Aloha everyone. I'm aware it's a little later of a start, I know, but I was busy this morning. But it's all good. I know I didn't stream yesterday, but essentially my throat... Sorry, let me put my face cam on. My throat... Oh, my hair's a bit all over the place as well. There's not much light in this room, hang on. Alright, I think we're good. I didn't realise my mic was muted still. So I think we're good. Move it a little away from the blind, make it a bit brighter so we can see each other a little bit better. I've got a futaba shirt on because it's a cozy kind of day. But yeah, I was a little busy first thing, but it was good to be fair. I was doing a bit of gardening with my old man. It needed to be done. It's a nice warm day. Kick spraying up the arse as soon as you can. But, I said I also took yesterday off because my throat was very sore. It's still a little touch and go, but sorry, I've got I'm not sponsored, so an unmarked can of lemon and lime to kind of help get us through this. Let us continue with day 3 trial former of Rise of the Ashes. I'm going to try and finish this case today. I mean, there's no reason why not, really. But keep in mind, that's going to be trial former, trial latter, 4th day investigation, trial 4 former, trial 4 latter, and then we're done. So we've got like 5 chapters of this yet. Let's start, shall we? As per usual, I have a guide on standby. February the 24th, 9:41 AM, District Court, Defendant's Lobby number 2. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of those crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. They didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Oh, so she's still adamant of taking guilt. But Lana, don't tell me... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. I can see that my hair's like super spiky. A bit of wind in it, eh? It's super like kicked up this morning. To at 10 AM, District Court 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls The suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Oh no, I gotta do my Meekins voice. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, Stop punching your hand. That would be murderer, sir.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir.
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, I'm what you'd call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation who must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Alright.
Crime report, sir.
And then press him on every statement.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on a security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah, hint, hint. Press him on everything.
Although it's not my normal duty.
Hold it! Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the awards ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Air Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Hold it! In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is, I found it! This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh. But the number 4989596, it shows us as being used twice. Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen.
Alright, well that's been updated. So we just need to figure out who the Sevens are.
Doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked.
Hang on. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir, a knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he was surprised as I was.
So he probably didn't attack you with a knife. He probably had it in his hand, turned around and went... You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked, and I grabbed the man by his collar.
What exactly did you mean when you said you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. You must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in the face, sir!
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Right. According to the report from the officer who woke up the witness, it was around 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honour. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? No, that is right, murdered. I think. He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins. With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me this morning, sir.
The chief?
Delivered it?
What is that?
A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me.
Video of the real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh god, yeah, I remember this. You're going to see this video a lot, by the way, so get used to the music. Pay very close attention to what you see in the footage. There's Goodman in a 3D model. His face is hidden. Something falls out onto the floor. Here comes Meekins. Still hitting that hand, I see. Yes, he is, John. You doing all good? Oh, and there's the... Oh, he did actually attack him. Oh, oh god. It was a lot more vicious than I was expecting it to be.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? There's a video's added. Don't worry, we're going to be watching it like another 20 times. You will learn to despise that Blue Badger theme.
Yes, well, anyway.
Excuse me.
This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
Sorry, I could hear a lot of voices outside my door, so I went to put my head out. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Meekins didn't start the confrontation. Yeah, exactly. The real thing that's I think's worth noting is that what happened to Goodman? Because we saw him over there with Meekins. Meekins attacked him. They go into a confrontation. The camera pans back left. When it pans back right, he's down, and Goodman's gone entirely. How is that possible considering where the camera is? Because the door's to the left of the camera, so you would have had to go past it to get to it. That's what we need to be questioning. Anyway.
His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which requires Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
Unless he used the ID card he took from Goodman and was dressed as him.
Was this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I need to press. Everything begins with contradictions, that's where I have to start. We press Meekins on the statement, so it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. Oh god, I'm looking later on the thing and it says, when the video comes back, pause it at this time, and then it's like, oh no, I think we have to do that. So it must be him. Hold it! Wait, how's the Persona 5 journey going? John. However, the most important detail is not shown in the video, the man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do, after all, you're the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important to the case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, so it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point, footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with that security video? There is! Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video. You'd want me to point it out?
Very well, proposal accepted. Let's further inspect this piece of evidence.
I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to play that problem in the video. It's the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become an officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction?
What time are we looking for before I continue? 17, 14, 32. Oh, I said 32, not 42. Whoops. Now, what am I... Oh, the light above the locker. Take that! The thing that's strange about this video
Has got to be this. Officer Meekins.
Sir? Do you mean me, sir?
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint, if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released.
According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir.
If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I don't know why we have to watch all of this again. You could have just stopped it there. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little to earlier. They really wanted to be like, hey look, we're on new tech with this last case. Oh, it's like a drip in this can. And he just dropped it. Yeah, notice the light.
What's this? It's already lit.
Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker is already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Order, what's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker's locks are controlled by an electric system. When a door is shut, the sensor is triggered, and the lock is automatically locked.
Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't it locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed the system sensor. Something jammed the sensor? There's something else that seemed out of place in the video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't...
Okay, 43. And the falling glove. Take that! Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, they did turn the music off, thank God. I was that... just let it go. Just let it go, please.
What's this? Something white fell out of that locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car doors, sir.
We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
I don't know why we have to watch this whole sequence again. Just let me fast forward it. That white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of a patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have been extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene?
There might have just been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was in the insulator stuck inside the door?
Take that! I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir! It would appear so, sir.
Why is he at a crooked angle, that back angle?
Order, order, order. So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Don't be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Scroll down. Plus side, this is the last piece of the trial former, so this day 2 trial is actually going by a little bit quicker.
There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. The enter the evidence room, you must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
Yeah, but anyone could have taken that card.
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Yeah, we still haven't figured out who the 7s are, but other than that, the ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, Yes, rather doubt that is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
That's a good point, Judge. This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There was only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let's move on to the cross-examination.
Okay, present Goodman's lost item report to the statement at the time of the crime detective used his card.
Objection!
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It is a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess.
You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order. So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 PM on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of a murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content on pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. He's saying, yeah, if this is fake, then we can go back to the other crime scene of being the only crime scene. Seems you finally realised. exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place in one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Yeah, Miles let us rattle on because he knew we put ourselves in the corner. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, the trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proved one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. I just noticed something else. Don't know, I wonder if you guys did. I want to see if it'll cut back afterwards. Yes, it will. That white cloth wasn't sticking out the leftmost locker a minute ago. Now it is. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident in the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas stranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Reason to know the truth. The truth behind the activity that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would like to testify, what is his or her name? Wow, it's just every face. Gant 65. Damn, I didn't realize he was that old. How old is everyone actually? 22, 33, 36, 30, 29, 16. I thought she said she was nearly 16. When we first met her, she went, oh, I'm nearly 16, so you're 15. And 31. Anyway, it's Jake Marshall. I'm guessing that's just like a translation error on that opening line, which is, I'm nearly 16. I imagine like the original line is that she is 16, for that to then say 16, you know? Anyway, take that! Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't get Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is pwned, whatever that word is. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. She's not too amused with her. She's like, I know you're going to accuse him, and he's probably innocent as well. That's why she's not too happy. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while I'm on duty. And top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, son. What have you brought what I asked? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstance, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you and the Chief Prosecutor were a witness in that case. This Sky was a witness? The Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Can I read them now? Perpetrator, Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, and Neil Marshall. Marshall? Was one of the victims are Jake Marshall's sibling. Head prosecutor was Miles Edgeworth, witness was Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Oh, she witnessed it too? Executive investigators was Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Head investigator was Bruce Goodman, and with other investigators being Jake Marshall and Angel Star. Neil Marshall, Jake Marshall. Okay, we have a link. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with these serial murders. Oh, what? Now I brought you your stuff, you're not going to ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name here? What, my name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana, that's over with. No! Emma, wait, she ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. To the trial latter, which is a bit longer looking at my guide. It's not 1 page, it's like it's 2.5. February 24th. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. And he's drinking on the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. And stop drinking. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed, yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day that the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. The day of the crime. My job is to keep a wary eye on the Bone Orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right,
I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
I can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Alright, Marshall, if you're gonna come in swinging, maybe don't do it to the judge. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader.
I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers. Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not even being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours.
Okay, we need to present Marshall's fingerprints to the statement. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon.
We're just right at the back here.
Objection! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker at the crypt. I pay my respects. That's is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints with the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Let me scroll down.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker when my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. That's awfully convenient.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Press Marshall in the statement. Like I said, it's only natural for fingerprints to be in that evidence room. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. Yeah, because he had his ID card taken, so he just never updated it. Press Marshall on the statement, or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer was wearing gloves. Happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? A seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise.
isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. No, then continue your testimony. Press this module, and too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? So you need to press him on this and then choose to show evidence. And we go back to the video. What do you mean by that? You want me to tie this to... You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, the video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is actually useless, full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in the video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Yeah, I can. I already know what it is. We pointed it out earlier. 1512. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you'll wind up being the one making the mistake. Let's have another look at the video. Show us the incriminating... 1512, I said. So we've got to go for a little while. It's like right near the end of the footage. And then choose the white object under the marshal's locker. Take that! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words, not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Maybe a bit quicker than this, please, Phoenix. You're literally just playing it backwards. This isn't rewinding at all. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. You seem that the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb, he really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. So you opened that locker? Now prove it. Evidence locker. Take that! A fingerprint sensor? He's sweating a little bit now. We talked about this earlier today. The locker can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. Phoenix just likes watching the video. Well, I don't. He needs to stop. What kind of crazy talk is this? While Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the logs aren't that obvious. There are some people, there are even some people in the force who don't know about the fingerprint logs. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! That was a cool sprite. With the wind going through his thing. Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? It's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion.
Well then, let's hear it.
Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Right? Yeah. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed a detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yeah? And how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID.
Oh, I get it.
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realised the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall?
You've got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it.
You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proof that I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Yeah, if you make the exact same roast twice, it no longer stands, dude. That's like the basic rule. It means you've run out of insults. You made that same comment earlier.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as a victim?
Well, am I kidding? I don't have anything like that.
I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat.
Ah. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run out onto a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put his the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is the piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to our unanswered questions. Don't have any evidence, so the video is my only shot.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us.
1457. So we got a bit to go. Choose the blood on the jacket. Ooh, that's a bit sneaky. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing got soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid your coat in the locker. Not bad, partner. Alright, we scroll down. Alright, the last piece before we go back to the investigation.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you are happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we?
Officer Marshall, tell us the courts what you did. All of it.
Alright, it seems the time has come.
Marshall's confession.
I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekings. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright, we challenge. Press him on everything. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed.
It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not even if I had anything to do with it.
Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. Well, what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what it costs. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why
But I can tell you, Phoenix, why he cares so much about it. We saw it there. There's another Marshall. There's probably a sibling that was one of the victims. That's why it matters so much to him. Anyway.
I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card.
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report.
I returned his ID card, left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your prints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker by yourself. But you could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Marshall.
I was expecting Eakin, so I knocked him out.
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
I managed to escape. I knew which areas would be caught on camera.
I like how the discussion of the presses continue back into the testimony. Like, it makes it so it flows back into the conversation. It doesn't just hard cut back to that line. So you did your research beforehand?
Those who got into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone to plan, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat with your struggle with Officer Meekins.
Someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day,
there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. That's what I mean. See what I mean? Like, they make it so it ties back round to the conversation. It's a nice detail. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown in the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
what? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker is already empty? Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. That's no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are even a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
Present the SL9 incident files to the statement. I can't just forget the incident. You know why? Yeah, we do know why. I don't know why it has to be an objection. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been slipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall?
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor's award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
No, I remember Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
Well, what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. Yeah, I can see the relation. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh, he's a terrifying fellow. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and he was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. I nearly said incinerated. I was like, he was killed, but not yet, at least according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yeah, that mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah! I rest my case. Seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape was real fake, but I didn't realise that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time is for the verdict reached. I court finds the defendant. Hold it! Aww. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense is an objection, a scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Yeah, please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Oh, thanks, Edgeworth. He can be nice sometimes. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if it's examined scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. In regards to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by that other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be more use, but it's still... If you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Objection! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at the floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yeah, it is quite strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yeah, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of this blood mark. Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Well, there's evidence here. There's got to be something I can use. It's the Blue Badger, right? Yeah. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not hit, so watch what happens when you put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. He completely blocks it off. Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot of the locker. What? Oh, there's that cool sprite again. Yeah, we need to find the origin of that blood.
That means, what does it mean exactly? That means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekings was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After you put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean the blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honour, but there's only one possible explanation. On February the 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on the tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, which was a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Yeah, it does completely cover the locker so you can't see the blood. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purports really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? Summarise, the defence claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, Mr. As Edward said, proof must be presented. Proof? There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Well then, will you show us? What is it? Here's the ID card record, right? Yes. And that will bring us to the day 3 investigation afterwards, where we see where this goes. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, the ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood was from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clear up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. Yeah, so the 4:20 time is our real one. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at that chart again. We need to figure out who the 7s is. There's only one other card number remaining, the 7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7 7s. That is 7 of them, right? Yeah, it is 7 7s. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out who ID is 777777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we could be granted such authority, if the officer charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor office operates. Oh yeah, and there's this negative bias that he shares with Angel Star kicking through. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's being charged with murder.
Of course, we've looked up her ID number and it's not 77s. Don't play with me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing, about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution of that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became the prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserves. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Yeah, this is a personal damn insult to Edgeworth to have to be told that. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom couldn't be quelled. We would have to wait for the following day. It got suspended from the outcry. So even if we prove Lana's innocent of murder, she will still do time for, you know, forgery of evidence, perjury. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get to the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's what she used. What happened to me? What do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did that have to do with those sorry, let me read that again. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in that Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Alright, before we can go anywhere, we need to talk to her about all this. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once we finished our work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out suddenly. I'm sorry, I was playing Persona when I was watching, and I just got to the scene where Makoto just got shat on by Sai for save asking a single question. Yeah, it's... yeah, I know exactly what bit you're talking about. I know exactly what bit you're talking about. Because for me, when I first played, it was like it's one of the big moments where my opinion on Makoto started radically changing. Because when Makoto's first introduced, I really didn't like her. I don't know if I was the only one, but when she's first introduced and she's just the goody two-shoes, like school prefect kind of thing, I really didn't like her. She got under my skin. At that point, I started caring a bit more. I started liking her a bit more. And so, I think that's actually something that Persona 5 as a whole does really well. Every single character in the game is designed to make you not like them at first impression. I'm dead serious. Go for it. Every single social link, every single side character, every single main character, the very first interaction you have with them, or very first time you hear about them, it's always in a negative context of some kind. It's a constant theme throughout the whole of Persona 5. Every single character is introduced as a negative or difficult to trust or straight up a bad person, and then later on it starts to get cleared up. It was the same with Ryuji. It was the same with Anne. Anne straight up antagonized you when you first met her. It's the same with Yusuke. You know, like, the only real exceptions are, you know, the crooks you're dealing with. Because, you know, that's the point. But yeah, that's genuinely... It's a common theme, at least it struck with me. That I did not like Makoto at all, but I really started to turn around to her as the game went on. But that is a bit, you kind of hit there and just like, damn, give the girl a break. She just kind of unloaded on her. And Makoto, she's like 17 at that point. Like, why throw that at a 17-year-old so unjustly like that? A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure you didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumour about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it was true, even though he may have not known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to... oh, my throat just went for a second there. Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. It's amazing you're so optimistic. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. That happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did you run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning rooms are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago. Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? It's news to me. After that Joe Dark case,
I think it's this soda from earlier. It's like bubbling through me still. She was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Is that everything? Yeah, we go to the detention center now.
Lana,
Mr. Wright, it seems I kept causing you trouble. It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
but Lana, you're wrong. An innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Talk to her about everything. A lot of revelations were uncovered in that trial today, not at least of which was the fact that the case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Mr. Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't just involve me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chef, I said then. Chief of police back then, but he still works at the crime scenes.
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filled.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The real reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so.
I was filing some papers when Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room and just held her. Can't blame her after all. Her sister must have gone through. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went through extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just... that case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, and the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. He's kind of cotton on who the real culprit behind all this is. Because I did on my first playthrough, I was like, oh, I think I know who it is. My theory was there. We need to go to the police department entrance. Which we have to go to the law offices first to even get there. Let me scroll down. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall! I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, hey, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go through the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Talk to him about everything. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife that was broken with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade and the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Stars was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him too. The commissioners would have got suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different than when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma says something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Not a secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing I'm sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. And that someone was Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. And he's gone. That's just it. We need to go to the chief's office. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh yeah, she talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now see why Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's up to the chief's office. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let me scroll down. Oh, we don't get much time in here by the looks of it. I like Gant's theme. I mentioned it before. I like how slow and imposing it is. Yeah, at the same time has this weird gentleness to show the nature he presents. Where am I? It's the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said at the door. Look at the pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. You did? That's kind of cool, Emma. They used to call me Lil Miss Batch. Thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. Oh, I think I have to check, but in the official soundtrack, his theme is called something like "Swimming Today," or something like that. It's like "Swimming Today" or "Have you been swimming today?" Because he always brings it up.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
Oh. The sword's missing. I think we just found our murder weapon. The trophy. The sword's missing from the trophy.
It's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So it's Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
So something's not right with this picture. I can't seem to put my finger on it though. Maybe it's the thing right in the middle of it?
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Yeah, he didn't want us in. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Criminal Affairs Department, talk to Gumshoe. Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm taking a breather, my feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why'd you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you and court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Talk to him. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumours going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Because you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. Seems a genuine concern for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall? He was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think I had somewhere to do with a murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fails to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Let's talk about Dark's crimes before we present the weapon. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killings? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and he killed him as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Jesus, that is a long string of an incident. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. The good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Alright, let's present the switchblade. About this. Hey, is that tag attached to the label SL9 incident on it? I believe that would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case has been closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker. I'm
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what this incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. That knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus he had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken bit of the tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? There's money you need, should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry pal, I don't plan on getting fired because of you. I got this ID card, it was Detective Goodman's. It won't work either, the data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Not yet. We need to move to the High Prosecutor's office. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. They must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just end up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. We need to keep moving. Up to Edgeworth. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure is quick to throw the paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumours flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Talk to him. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do will erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial. And now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seemed strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving rewards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. Present the picture to him. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, we had just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
That's interesting. Do you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. It's what the award's based on. The award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why didn't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there were an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When a king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if the results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why are you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the reward abolished. Chief Gant. More mysteries surrounding that man. Alright, it's back to the underground parking lot. And if you're going for the trophy for getting every lunchbox, our last lunchbox is here.
Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef?
Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten.
Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I am proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without ever so much of an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used?
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumours about him even back then. No one dared confront him though.
I take she's talking about forging evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes that's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and there was no one who could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What?
You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last! I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Where do we go next? Back to the Criminal Affairs Department.
Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files, turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? I'm mistaken. I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. I'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Yeah, okay, we got something to present him. Oh jeez, I don't know how long I'm going to be scrolling here. Do I not have what I need? Hang on. Goodman's ID, trophy, knife, stub, badger, autopsy report, note, cell phone, floor plans, crime photo, shoe, blade, fluid, card, fingerprint, screw, lost item, evidence, rubber glove, evidence locker, unstable jar, fingerprints, security video, the incident files. What am I missing? Oh, there was something I missed from Edgeworth. Hang on. I am missing something. I thought I was. I need that. That's what I was missing. I got confused. I was like, what? Why can't I? Why don't I have the thing I need to present? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is Detective Gumshoe out the window here? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know that the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. It's a letter of resignation. What if I can use it for anything? Yeah, there's one other person who deeply admires who's not going to want to let this man go. We'll use that to get the good detective to help us out. What's this? Crumpled up piece of paper. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. You can't do that. Someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Back to the office we go. Here goes, Mr. Wright. So foreboding. We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Yeah. Ah. Did you slap him again? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us the ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! You ever get a chance to come in here? So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Talk to Gumshoe. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yeah, that was where I was waiting for Lana. The day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practically a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who's here every morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because of one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why'd you ask? You don't think... you wouldn't be, no. No, there's no way. No, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let me have a look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, you're supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go there. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. It's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Yeah. He's super suspicious about this whole thing. Alright. Oh, I didn't realise my battery was that low. I just glanced up and I saw it. So your battery's going to run out soon. I got a notification for it as well. There we go. I didn't realise I was at 9%. I need to examine the safe on the wall. It's a safe, isn't it? Safe? Word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like that this code needs to be opened in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date is... Better idea. Here goes nothing. How do we know? Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. It can only mean one thing. That Chief's Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Hey, examine the safe again. Is there any money in there? Or is it stashed away? Look, it's the last piece of the jar from the broken cup. The smell looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It's like a piece of leather cloth. With a handprint. That's a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think it's Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is it? Is this all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth and a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They're like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove there's something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, is my neck on the line here? Great, now I've got to prove their relevancy to them. At least related to incident. Come on! It's got to be something we can show the detective. Present the unstable jar. Detective Gumshoe, you have a look at this jar. I remember when the three of us put that together. Oh, those were the days. Kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of the evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? Then this was in the safe. Yeah, that one. That was just in the safe. Now you mentioned it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Simple fragments, place the piece into it. How much have we got left? Okay, 2 more. We got this area and 1 more, and then we're in the last trial day. Ooh. Helps if I don't drop my phone. Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If we put this together, it will prove that Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There! It fits like a charm. Of course, that would mean Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece you just attached is different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in the safe? There's an urn, more of the jar. It looks like the pieces of an initial, doesn't it? Now, let me make sure the stream's all caught up again. Okay. Present fingerprints. What was it? Present fingerprints set. Okay. There's a gumshoe. Let's have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. Hey, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints you want to take, huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle that powder on the cloth. And then once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, right, yes, I should pick a finger first. Okay, my best shot. How results wouldn't be matching prints, would it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Oh, what thing do I need to do? Oh, middle. Okay. There we go. She's... Oh. It's Emma's. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They're clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you over there. Over here. What's going on here? Why are those kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Thanks, dude. Examine Gant's desk. Hang on. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant, he was putting paper in the reading of his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? Those cases runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, it's the case name. Huh? The SL9 incident. I wonder what is it doing here? Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No. About the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. It's half-sized list of evidence. List of evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must have been hiding something about that case. It would appear so.
Well, was I of any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID, we were able to get some hard evidence.
No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Yeah. Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. And then I thought of a certain detective.
You mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat?
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir...
Now get out.
Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright.
Look, pal, as I told you once, told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits.
But no, you had the girl sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I'd never have said it. I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day of court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you've convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I am protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Evidence list. Take that! I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. A jar piece and a piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from SL9. Aye. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife with him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my own hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I recalled my sister. To tell her what happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, but I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he must have had disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demands. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Yeah, the vase is in that photo as well. You can see it in the back. Alright, now we enter the final day, trial former and trial latter. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. So I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes and then we'll be right on it. So, actually, let me turn my cam off so you're not just staring at an empty room. See you in a minute. Oh, jeez. I've just looked through the guide. You don't want to know how long the rest of this is going to be. Let me break it to you. We got trial former, trial latter, and then trial latter part 2. Oh, God. Imagine having 2 interludes in a Danganronpa trial. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7-7's ID card is, that is. Yeah, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubts regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much, that's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant.
Morning, folks. Everyone's doing. Hey, RG, you been to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough in all... as it is with all my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
She's got a hard push to be guilty, isn't she? Okay, gotta go. No worries, John. You take care, dude. She's gonna do everything in her power to try and push that she's guilty. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what is your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February the 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defendant's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it is sufficiently proven in this case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant...
Edgeworth, save us. Thank you.
1 moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilty beyond reasonable doubt, and ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. We understand it's a difficult time for you, but why don't you just keep a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you may have me to be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Hold it, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Yeah, it's the same as like at the end of case 3. Edgeworth wants the truth and only the truth. Now then, witness, state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is that correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that is relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Shall game in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Press Emma on the statement, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Oh, I went straight past it. Hold it! Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about that time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yeah, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it was a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. And then present evidence list to the statement I drew a picture. Objection! Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but it doesn't mean it didn't exist. Behold, is the evidence list for the yes or 9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Huh? What's this? Yes. What is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have the access to this list.
Huh? These lists?
They're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. There's 2 lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here from where they were torn apart from one another. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What?
What? Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, it's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. That's it.
Something wrong?
You're gonna have to ask. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That's that thing. That's what was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. Alright, and then we go on to the next testimony.
Right, witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. This was the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Present the autopsy report to that statement. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. It clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder of prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh jeez, where's that autopsy report? Neil's autopsy report. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster you simply pointed out the contradiction for us.
The tip of the weapon. Take that! The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man's holding. If you look closer, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip's broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not be broken yet. Should not yet be broken.
Oh, what's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection! Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. But what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection! Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about the little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
Ah!
Order, order, order. Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Demon Gant.
Sorry, Damon. He's a demon.
During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there was a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up that broken knife.
If that's true,
then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
what are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. Present Gant's pictures next. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away with a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. That's the only other way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. The picture of an award ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the
broken murder weapon.
Yeah, he's just spotted it. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's
a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order, order, order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given his broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part deep away inside me.
Well, it would be best if you added this to your witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First, the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger. Should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its...
Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana!
What is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Present Neil's autopsy report to the statement. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Oh no, sorry, I was looking at the old one. I need to present unstable jar to just then. There was another flash of lightning. She didn't see it, she saw this. The guide in the next bit doesn't help. It says rotate the jar so it looks like this, and there's no picture with it. So I say that there is a picture probably if I looked at it on like a desktop, because I'm looking at it on my phone. It's not there. The mysterious blue badger. It was in fact this. Is that? What is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. It just, as it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if you to change your viewpoint? Our viewpoint? We'll just show them the correct angle to look at this from. I like that. This isn't right. Allow me to remind the defense that the case hinges on the witness's drawings. Mr. Wright can't match it with the witness drawing. We can't accept his claim. I've got to find the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show him the correct angle. Oh, they're going to be this fucking fussy about it. God dang it. Hang on. Let's see if I can find a picture. View it in the desktop mode. I was right! God damn it! I was just slightly off kilter. Oh, hang on. Can I reset? I was close, I was just off kilter slightly. I had it. It needs to be more, Come on! Can't be so goddamn fussy. I'm looking at the image for it and I'm like, this is way too fussy for its own good. There we go. That was way too fussy. Right, let me scroll back down to where I was, because I have to reload the page again. Well, is this a miracle or what? Deny this jar resembles to the resemblance to the blue badger. No. Can't be. Order, order. Defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed the day of this crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What difference now? You know, the location is different. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, we witnessed all this jar. At the very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar shown in the picture taken the day of the crime is on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified to herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it was to set up. It was Gant setting up Lana, so he could then use that to have power over her. Finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. And the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent that jar flying?
It would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes, there is another possibility for what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place and defense theorizes, then the outcome becomes obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, and the reason why Lana was so adamant at defending it is because she believes that.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence.
If you don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on his testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get the dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase in the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another, that's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is your only possibility left for you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name and the victim may have been left behind. It's in the evidence.
The message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased. This is the blue badger from before, right? Oh, he's going to just speak the killer's name. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in the jar. It's like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer to us. One thing that the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Do I need to do the cross as well? Hang on, I can check. Do I need to do the cross as well? Yes, I do. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. Oh, hang on. That's why I've been thinking about saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, that fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can you just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Yeah, and the judge didn't get order, clearly. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declares a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. February 25th, 12:06. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. Come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. Top it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. So get Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this to you if you were to break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You can at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this a book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. Okay. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial's today. Hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of, and when Skye found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely struck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defendants to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedence for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Believable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Defense calls... You know who we're gonna call. Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Every time he does that, it makes me want to flip my hair. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish.
You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has a right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness will now begin his testimony. The SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Present the unstable jar to the statement. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has a right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him as hard as fast. Unstable charter, as you can see. Objection! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badge you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here is a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do that too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll be paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence you found on your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. And if they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd like rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Press Gant on the statement, his last statement, rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges. So you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. On return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? Are these guys telepathic? Hold it! Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 made you sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Ah, be careful when pointing that finger. It might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there was only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There's only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
Press him on this, and then choose to point out. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I feel sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Oh, that's quite a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the Chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is the person you've helped Chief Gant helped forge evidence?
None other than our dear friend Lana Skye.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstance. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed the Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced him to do his bidding? Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her the Chief Prosecutor so you could control her.
Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
So what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order. I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in the law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? Impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Yeah, it's like both of them like, look, both of our jobs are on the line here. We've just got to see this through now. That's what Edgeworth's doing.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright?
That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good.
Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. The ID card record. Oh, that was earlier on, wasn't it? It's like over here somewhere.
Take that!
This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on the list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Ooh. He's not too keen on us now.
Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The offense to search my office was a violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, so I do in the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to be with you in that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I haven't seen him in days.
Objection! You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean?
The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went
To meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Goodman's lost item report. Where was that? Can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Ugh. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure he filled it. He filled it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
You needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way to the murderer, Detective Goodman, could have entered the room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention...
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No! Chief Gant, you didn't.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in the right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did it manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. I know what it is. I don't even have to look at the guide. I already know what it is. How did you move the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim body, the chief used this. Where is it? Where is it? The screwdriver. It's like, why does this thing keep bringing up? Because this is how you move Detective Goodman's body. What's that? Oh, a screwdriver. What does it have to do with the case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep this here with him in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk and taken away. This was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Wright-o, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make time for the early Spurred special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
Realistically, if this happened in an actual courtroom, there would be an outrage. Because everyone here would be like, that's an admission of guilt, and he's trying to just leave and pretend it all goes away. If they actually let the case go, you would hear it on every single news, on every single paper, of the detective that bullshitted his way to have a case be let go. Despite the fact there's hard evidence now that he's a murderer. You know? Like, if this was in real life, no, the case would already be over. But no, it's got to drag out because we've got a little bit more to do.
What? There's not a right to casually invoked.
There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
Say it again, Mr. Wright. David Gant is the Chief of Police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Mr. Skye dispose of the body? Miss Skye? Any concrete proof? I have no proof yet. No use showing evidence, I'm not even sure of myself. Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence.
CRG?
We're nearly there.
In that case,
this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the Chief. What?
Here's a tip, never gamble on what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, RG, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront on the senior officers of our nation's law enforcement agency.
What? Lady Luck? Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind the trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all of the questions raised in this trial. Someone's right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth? Who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, did such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls for Lana Skye. The defendant? Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February the 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court will now hold on. Huh? Chief Gant? I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Once again, something else will be brought up in the news if it went public. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty of Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claim anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. Got a lunch date to meet. Unless we can also prove he did the first one. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Ah, Chief, you're something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Ah, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah, don't worry. I decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. It's like the place that top night girl used to work with. What do you mean, Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again, as he always gets the upper hand. Not fair, he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, there's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refused to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma! You okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did that all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's also because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Alright, we're nearly there. We just have to do trial latter 2. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you're under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us what's your relationship with Chief Gant. I think hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offence. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
Is this true? Then it means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. Well, she's telling the truth. She's not. I know my own sister. But when she speaks spiffy like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Press Lana on the statement. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the scene. You say you did this all by yourself?
Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What?
The Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamt was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon?
Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All of it, all just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why did you move the body?
When you showed up in the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Guy moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that scattered during the events threatened my plan.
We'll just present the jar straight back at you. That's rubbish. Or so, that's what the guide's telling me. I'm not really sure at this point. Alright, we're on the last page of this. Oh, we're nearly there. Come on, YouTube, catch up with me.
Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that's true, if it were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction?
In my testimony, you testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar of the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so! And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regards to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in as the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
Yeah, because Edgeworth knows, like, it wasn't actually Emma. This was a stupendously large setup. Chief Gant wrote the blood. Chief Gant shattered the jar. And then Lana found the scene afterwards.
What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Present the jar to the statement the fragments were large, so I'm sure I've got them all, because she didn't. Have the jar again. Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But could the defendant simply have missed a piece?
Objection! I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
There may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. And I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
If you're not implying that person was Chief Gant, at the time he was looking for Darks downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it all on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type like to twist your truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe alright after all.
Well, what do you mean, Wright?
So what, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more.
But
if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of the armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it.
That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that, if only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took at the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be something in that... Wait, what am I checking? I said... the back cover. Or do I have to actually present it first? No, I can't. I have to actually check it. So there's something... Oh, you have to click on it first. There we go. Hey! There's a picture here. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted the Criminal Affairs only after I arranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright, the piece cut out from the vest. Could that be... The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? Oh, we checked the fingerprint and it was Emma's. This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's go on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it! Oh, God. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What do you want me to make me out the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two to my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make any statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of your noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is that true, Mr. Wright? I'll show this piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Mr. Wright, do you have any more evidence? Present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. Should I present this piece of evidence? The one who shows really killed... I have to refuse right now. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I could present at this moment in time. What? You lie, Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It's like part of it has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto.
Yeah, if I kept my lips shut for a second, it made him admit it.
Well, I can't let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you'll admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. That was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead when forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar of fragments? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. Didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cover it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth to cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Now we'll show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence.
The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Present the piece of cloth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it into the open.
It's a handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on the leather, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left that clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh, you're as slow as the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think on it about it. Righto had all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. But it's okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Take that!
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew that girl did it all along, and yet you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like you really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You personally concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves that the real murderer is who killed Neil Marshall. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? Contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Lana's picture.
What exactly is that supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out all the blood in his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest was soaked in blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured, blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Skye's fingerprints were on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armoured sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on a jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you are the actual murderer. It's finally all over. Well, I've got 2 more things to present yet before it's actually over. Objection.
That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Ah, except now it's not.
Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Uji? Earlier, Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Do you have some conclusive evidence?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. That's because it wasn't relevant at that point.
Well, that's true.
The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Oh, do you really think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Because it wasn't actual evidence before when he first asked, but then he clarified his statement and then it became relevant, it became legal, so he had to present it then. As if we had said no that second time, it would have remained illegal. It would have become illegal, sorry. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you personally and legally concealed a piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit, I refused to present at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
Objection! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There were certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. Can you now prove your conduct was not in violation of the law? Then do so now.
No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. He himself confirmed it in that in-between. Yet he broke rule, he fulfilled rule 1. Take that! This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have your approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take on this picture and...
Objection! Sorry, but can't you recall when this picture was presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, this piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Demon Gant. Damon, sorry. I keep calling him a demon because he is a demon. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. No.
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the Chief of Police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. And the music keeps playing.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
The evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to.
Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
"It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall."
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have just led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was still pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
And you put the body in my car?
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Ugh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left a jar of fragments and the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why did you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you were as used to be. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wrighto here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound. It took it away from me. I got stuck on melodious or melody. I can't say it. They say it melodious. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Skye? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. The time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Skye. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Aww. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. He's like, don't compliment me, shut up.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order from all of us. Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Oh, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Hasn't it? Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. That is all. The court is adjourned.
We've got one more thing to present, so it was just like one more little thing at the end. Now we're post the trial. 5:03 PM, District Court Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. So they know, right? They know. When this stream wraps up, keep in mind, last stream and this one makes up the entirety of this case. This stream has gone on for 4 hours, and the last stream was another 4 hours. Almost. So this was 8 hours. Can you see why I didn't do it in one? Well, I just went, no, there's no way we're going to do this in one. It's way too long. I told you, it's a 7 to 9 hour case when you do it. Especially on your first playthrough. If you're not following a guide and figuring everything out, you'll be here for days. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Oh, she didn't thank her. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I guess I am. I'll come back later. Third time's the charm. Wait, Team Gumshoe, what is it? Get back here. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Being to run around while on duty. That's all, Ralph. You called me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh? Are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Aww. Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realise I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis! I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Hug your there we go. Hug your sister. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Aww. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me.
No matter what anyone may say. Sorry, I need to stretch. There we go. I realised today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true. But think back on today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? What? Yeah. Was this a pop quiz? Oh, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I could have been able to find on our own. That might mean something to you. I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. Was it not? Hang on. Was it not? I thought it was. Yeah, present attorney's badge. Time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can help it let you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, I see my thanks to you, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Oh, I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, like I said, evidence badge, because after evidence law. Maybe that'll come relevant later on. Better be going to. Okay, but I'll visit by. Oh, yeah, attorney's badge. There's nothing else in here that has any that says attorney's badge. Jesus Christ, 4 goddamn pages of this shit. Look at this. Come on. Okay, I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, here's a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever brought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Aww. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey on my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had such a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Well, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection! And that's the end of case 5.
And the true final case of this game added as like an extra at the end of it all. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. And the music's a lot more chill, this one. Yeah, I am. My biggest problem with this case is its length, if I'm honest. I do really like this case. I like what it covers. I like that the origin of it isn't like this big ongoing narrative. It's this very concentrated case about the extent of a sibling's love and what you're prepared to do for them. But it's been manipulated and twisted by this extra forces. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily. Yeah, he got his job back, by the way. And I love what that is. My problem with it is that it's an 8-hour trial, and it really shouldn't be. I get it, it was the extra one at the end of the game, it was a bonus for the DS version, and they wanted to make it worth it, but there it was way too long. Thankfully, as the series goes on, they try and control it a little bit more. They don't go crazy with like former and latter trials all the time. They kind of make it a bit more focused as a whole.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can just be like Dick Gumshoe. Had to get there in a minute.
And I think the length is what drags it down. I think this is still probably my favourite case in the game. Like, I think it's interesting. I think where he goes to with it. I think dealing with Gant is interesting. I just genuinely think that I can't like award it too much more than that. Like, I'd say if it's not my favourite, it's probably my second favourite, and it would have been if it was just that little bit shorter. I'm guessing that's the partner at the door. Oh. Yeah, actually, I'll take that back. I'll say it's my second favourite. I think its length does genuinely wear on you a little bit as it goes on, the more I'm thinking on it. Because, I mean, I did this in 2 streams, but if I did it in 1, I'd probably been a lot more critical on it. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambima back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get her water? All in all, for the very first Phoenix Wright game, the one that started it all, there's a lot here, and I enjoy what they do. You can tell it's the first one because it's very simple. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Wright Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids these days seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time, just make sure not to eat it backwards. Tch. It's like there's a lot of things, like they add more layers to it in later ones to make it more interesting. Because this game, you're either talking to people, every once in a blue moon clicking on an item, and then the rest of it is just waiting for testimonies and presenting evidence. And then answering questions. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Okay, Judge. But yeah, they add more layers to it. They give you more options. They have you more things to do in the actual investigation other than just talk to people. The trials themselves start to get more layers in different ways, so you're not just kind of sitting there for the whole thing. More comes to this series as it goes on, with each game kind of expanding on previous principles. Oh, Maya! Ah! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection! Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, we'll get more of her next time. She comes back in the sequel, but we have to get there first. Just have a character arc first. It was the whole that we can't always have be relying on Mia the whole way through. Even though we kind of technically did in that 5th trial, because we had to think back on her advice. But she wasn't spoon-feeding anything to us. Because that's the thing, like, Mia straight up... It's an ongoing theme, and the 5th case thankfully continues to embrace it. Case 1 is entirely Mia helping you. 2 slightly less, 3 slightly less, 4 slightly less, 5 slightly less. I brought you your tea. What's going on? And there's something that the original trilogy does do very well. I know I keep on like pausing my thoughts, but it's because I want to read all these as they happen. Oh, hello. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Aww. When she first joined the force and her little sister was just a little kid. Oh, that's adorable. That's a really beautiful little way to end that. Aww. And that's the big thing that I love about a lot of Capcom games. They're almost entirely their homebrew Capcom games, like their Japanese ones. They always have extremely optimistic, sweet, and like wholesome endings, even in their darker stories. And that's it for the first game. It just ends there. Like, you can go through this, and look, we did first turnabout with... Look at that face, Jesus! See that face in the back? With Larry Butts. We did this with Red, White, and the multiple layers. We did Turnabout Samurai with Old Bag, the kid, and all the rest. We did Turnabout Goodbyes, which has another piece of cool artwork with a photograph and, you know, Manfred von Karma controlling everything from behind the scenes. And the extra case added only to the DS version, the secret of Blue Badger, the room, and the incident between the two sisters, Rise from the Ashes. Next time we meet in the Phoenix Wright universe, we'll be moving on directly to its sequel, Justice for All. However, that doesn't mean the very next stream's going to be Justice for All. I've toyed with it and thought about it for a while, and I can put the controller down now. I eventually came to the conclusion that if I jumped straight into the second game, I would be obligated to then jump straight into the third after that, if that makes sense. So, and if I did that, I could very easily burn myself out of this trilogy, which is what I don't want to happen. It's the same wariness I had with Danganronpa. What pulled me through Danganronpa, though, when I was doing that, was that firstly, it was blind, and secondly, I was extremely interested in the ongoing narrative in the behind the scenes. It wasn't just, you know, solving the cases that I was interested in. The actual ongoing narrative of the series of, like, you know, the Remnants of Despair, the Future Foundation, what the Despair caused, what Junko did before she died, all that stuff. Like, all that stuff was super interesting to me, so I wanted to continue. Whilst this, the third game's a bit of an exception, because the third game references back to the first two games quite often throughout its narrative. But for the sake of the topic, they're still very self-contained. I know the story of what they are, and I know what to expect going into it for the most part. So it was just where it's been a couple years, there were some odd details I forgot here and there. So, for the sake of not draining myself, which I will risk that, I'm not going to jump into the second one immediately. I'm still going to jump into it very soon, because I want to get to Justice for All. I want to get to Trials and Tribulations, the third game. This one. Because after I've done Trials and Tribulations, I will be stepping into blind territory, because I plan to tackle the Great Ace Attorney games, the duology. But to do that, I feel like it's only right that I tackle all three games. Only right that I tackle all three games. So my break will be short from it. I will be streaming other games. In fact, I'm actually planning the next time I stream, which won't be tomorrow. I know I've been a bit scatterbrained with my streams, but I had a very sore throat and was quite busy yesterday, and I'm going to be kind of busy tomorrow. And then I'll be streaming on Tuesday, and then it's very touch and go whether I'll be busy on Wednesday or not. It's yet to be decided, because it's entirely reliant on my mother dearest.
because I've planned a cinema visit, but she hasn't been feeling 100%, so she's not for it on the day then I'm streaming, you know? But so it's going to be on again, off again, on again, off again for a bit. So I'm going to take tomorrow off, and then be back Tuesday, and then I might be taking Wednesday off. But on Tuesday, I'm going to be covering Shantae, and to be particular, I'm going to be tackling the 5th game because it'll be mostly blind. When I first went through it, I did like the first hour, then put it down because I found the game way too easy. And to be fair, I enjoyed the Shantae series, but I just wasn't vibing with it. Well, considering they've added a definitive edition hard mode and rebalanced the entire game. Now my one real complaint that I found the game too easy can be somewhat dealt with. How much we'll find out when we play it. It might still be pretty easy as a whole, but hopefully I will enjoy it when I return to Shantae and the 7 Sirens. And if I end up clicking with it, I have been interested in giving some of the rest of the series a go, because the only other games in the series I've played is the 4th one, Half Genie Hero, which isn't even representative of the franchise, because most of them are Metroidvanias, but the 4th one's not. It's a non-linear adventure, but it's still a more level 1, level 2, level 3, all the way to level 6 game. So, if I end up enjoying it, I'd love to give Risky's Revenge, the 2nd game, and Pirate's Curse, the 3rd game, a go. The original Shantae, probably not, because at least for right now, it's not on PlayStation, so I can't access it. But I'm never going to say never. You never know when it might pop up. But I'm going to wrap this up, because it's been a long enough stream already. Thank you so much for watching as always. Like I said, I will see you not tomorrow but the day after for Shantae and the 7 Sirens. But until then, take care now. Peace. Let me deactivate my camera again. I should have done it. Oh no, I don't want to share screen. I clicked one more to the right. There we go. Turn off the camera. I'll see you guys when I see you guys next. Peace.